Do we have to add concrete to the do not eat list? I feel like this do not eat list is like already longer than I feel like we need to be warning for. Hey, unknowingly, Yoshi, Sundown. I hope everyone's doing well. Taylor, I need to ask you a question. You may ask away. Fair and realistic terms, it is not something to poke fun of in the slightest. Have you been watching Justin's streams recently? Are you talking about Aether? The Friday ones? Or are you talking about the other Justin that does Juice? I was, but there was 2 days where someone mentioned Engage and I had to just like X the tab, and I just haven't watched it then after that. I think what was it? I watched it a couple times though. I usually try and stop by and say hello regardless of if I'm able to watch it. But yeah, I haven't been able to stick around because there's been once or twice that I hear the word engage, where someone comes in and mentions engage, and I'm like, oh, well, bye. But yeah, I don't think I've seen anything. I definitely haven't seen anything in it that I don't know. Hey, Corvus, how you doing? Time to engage some emblems. Sure is. A little bit of water. I was not asking because I was worried about you being spoiled. I was curious. Well, okay. I was curious if that was it because I know, because I had to leave a couple times. Why were you asking if I may know? Juice is usually pretty good about not saying anything about the game. Oh, your tags? Oh yeah. I was there for when we talked about trying to figure out how to do that. Did he add them too? We're trying to figure out what not equals character we could set up for a little while. I just figured spelling out the whole word's the only way I can figure out how to do it. Hello, hope everyone's doing well. Okay. Turn that off. And there we go. He has had several tags in this vein for a while, or other common things I say. I remember a long time ago when he was doing, what was it, ha 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 or whatever he had as a tag for a little bit. We were trying to figure out like what was allowed and what wasn't allowed by Twitch, because you can't have special characters. Also, hey Twink. And I was, so we tried what? We tried alt codes, we tried all sorts of things that we thought might get around the limitation, but it didn't work. Just kidding, I didn't forget to pet him. Oh, what a little guy. You both well. Yes. I think I can't remember if we did everything last time or if we did nothing last time when we got back to the Somnial. I never can really remember because I feel like it's very much based off of when the chapter ends. Because if it ends at 11, we usually are able to get started on the next chapter. If it ends at like 11:30, I'm not. Oh, we didn't do anything because I haven't talked to you yet.
Greetings.
For both my dance and fortune telling. I know, we already... Yeah, it didn't take long.
Practicing your dancing tonight, Seadoll?
Ah, Divine One. It's not so much practice as it is performance. I have an audience tonight, after all.
But there's no one around.
There's the moon.
The moon?
Oh?
That's right. The silver light shining in the dark above.
It's Male Azura. We have our dancer.
And the multitude of stars, too. I perform for them all tonight.
He's very different than Azura.
Divine One, did you know that when people die, they leave their form behind and become stars?
Although his hair's about as long.
My teacher is up in that sky.
This teacher of yours died then?
He did. These dance steps were the ones he loved most.
It's beautiful, Seadoll. Every single movement is just gorgeous.
I give up many of life's pleasures in pursuit of perfecting the craft of my dance. It's not easy. I practice my steps intently, and I am vigilant about what fuels my dance. My dancing skills are renowned in Solm. Complacency and mediocrity are not an option.
You're so disciplined. I respect that. And there's something otherworldly about you. Sometimes I'm not sure I should get too close.
May I resume dancing now?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Give me like 2 seconds real quick. I need to go check something. And I need to grab something else. I'm sorry. I just thought about this. I'll be only 1 moment. Ugh. Speak to Fisher as a trade. I'll be back in a sec. I am back. It's interesting to have a mail refresher again. It feels like it has been far too long if you do not count 3 houses. Can't be that cold enough for some extra stuff. Extra socks. No, we have short socks on today, actually. The temperature's starting to hit the point where I need to get my long socks out. I'm very excited. What do you mean? Well, it's been a like singer dancer. I think. I think the last time I remember there being a male singer dancer was FE9 10. I'm forgetting one of the games. Oops. Is Antarctica in the middle of winter even? Is the penguin surely the cold is nothing on him? That's why I wear socks, then it doesn't affect me. The past ones avoided the class. Yeah, we did have we haven't had one be a dancer before, I guess. That is true. They were always like a different type of what's singing usually? I think besides Tellius. Hey Chloe.
Uh-huh.
I'm great with animals. My Pegasus and I have been together since I was a child, after all. There's also the modern games moving away from the dancer's more traditional subtext. I guess that's also a good point. I wish they would pull the trigger entirely instead of kind of going off half-cocked and just remove gender-locked classes. Just let them be ungender-locked. One of the things I hate the most about Black Desert is it gender locks every class. So half the classes are female classes, half the classes are male classes. It is easily the worst part of that game. Now, if I played it, I'd still almost exclusively play female. But I forgot about the whole flying minigame. At least I would have the choice then to play like half of the classes that are male variants. Hey, Tandy.
Good for you.
All positive changes, I agree.
So,
I agree.
very nice.
What'll it be?
Let's do squats.
How hard do you want to go?
The squats one's actually a lot of fun.
Looking good. You've got this. Looking good. Perfect. You've got this.
God damn it.
Perfect. You've got this. Perfect.
At least Spencer gets to contribute then.
You've got this.
I just disagree.
Looking good. You've got this. Perfect. You've got this. Perfect. You've got this.
I guess I just don't
I'm so
understand
proud.
what the little spinny ones are asking me to do. So that means you purposely mess up? Oh, true. No, that's a good point.
Let's do this again
I'm
sometime.
not making mistakes on accident. I am doing it completely on purpose so that Spencer gets to contribute. That's a good point. I do not like gender-locked classes. Yes, I agree. I understand some limitations on classes, such as personally unique classes being locked to a person in question. And in the case of mounted or heavy armor classes, they reach a certain requirement. I think build would be suitable. Pegasi, you have to be under a build, while heavy armor require you to be above one. I think that is an interesting idea. I think that also could have its own set of issues if you do not... Well, not an own set of issues, but I think it would really suck from a player perspective. Just like for the enjoyment of a game. If I had like a Pegasus Knight I really liked, and they kept getting really good levels, and they kept and they leveled build a couple times, and then they could no longer be a Pegasus Knight. I think that would really just suck from a gameplay point of view. And so if I were to implement something like that, I would make the Pegasus Knight class basically get minus 100% to build, so that there's no way they can level it up. Which, you know, the negatives for that is you can't maybe equip heavier weaponry and use it as fast, although your natural speed might outweigh that effect. Okay, I'm thinking about for a game where build grows, but if you're talking it's simply based off of it being static, I could see it. I wouldn't mind a way to increase build, or even a way to decrease it, because I feel like if you want to go full customization for anybody to be any class in terms of like base and advanced ones, not like specific character locked ones,
Hi there.
then I would want some way to increase or decrease it. But I don't hate the idea. I don't know. I'd have to play the game. I'd have to like play a game like that, I feel, in order to oh, I forgot to sell. In order to really see how I like feel about that. Has there been a male Pegasus Knight? I haven't seen one as far as I know. I think you have seen one. We just haven't used him very often. Not in this game. I mean, in Fates there was a male Pegasus Knight. I think he was the first in the franchise.
I'm pretty good at cooking. I think. So I add this, I stir it, I chop it.
What was it? Yugdraw explains it away as Pegasus Knights have what? Hollow
look at
bones? Or sorry, Pegasi have hollow bones. So they can't support the weight of most of the male characters, I guess, or you can't really change those. But yeah, Tsubaki's in Fates, and we used Tsubaki for a while until we replaced him with his daughter.
Should we roast it over a fire or something?
Oh, this meal must have sucked, huh? Almost anything can be fixed with a bit of fire. Ooh! All units gain -1 dex, -1 speed, -1 luck, -1 defense, -1 res, but +2 strength and magic. Pegasi, at least in the games that world building go in depth on biology, Pegasi have a similar skeletal structure to birds, and their bones are hollow, so the Pegasus Knights are typically short and lightweight females, right? Which, like, if you're gonna give it an in-lore reason, sure, whatever. I would prefer anybody, if you have the ability for anybody to be swapping to whatever class the player likes, I'd prefer you don't have a reason like that. But if you have like kind of the more original game sense where your character is that class and they promote to another class,
This grass looks edible.
I think that's an acceptable reason to do it, or an acceptable answer to give for it. Clan, what did you do? Great question. I'm surprised we didn't get an achievement for cooking an F-rank meal. There was a star next to it. Everyone liked it. I figured we were in the clear. Had a divine dragon on his mind. You'd think that would cause him to not want to make the mistake. Maybe he just got overwhelmed. Where is this item? There it is. Might have been the rare vegetable I put into it. Let's hang out with... let's not hang out with Ivy. Because we need to do the sports we have already.
Hey, Jean, would these herbs be useful?
Definitely. You have a good eye for this, Chloe. I can use those to relieve fevers.
Oh, that's good, because I see a lot more growing just over there.
Thanks for your help. go ahead and pick a few more than usual. It's been really nice having you out here with me.
Well, your medicine has been a big help for all of us, so I'm happy to return the favor.
Still, it's very kind of you. Just be careful, okay? This part of the forest can get pretty dark in places.
Huh, you're right. This is just the kind of forest that feels like it could be... haunted.
Haunted?
Are you scared of ghosts, John?
No, the idea of ghosts doesn't frighten me.
Most children would say that just to sound brave, but you mean it, don't you?
A ghost can't really do anything to you. No, what's much scarier to me is illness and injury. Things that could actually end someone's life.
Good point. In that case, we should gather more herbs so we can be better prepared for those things.
Right. Many illnesses and injuries are highly treatable if you know what to do. You don't mind staying out with me a little longer, do you, Chloe?
Of course not.
I personally like classes being less free choice. I like the games where they're set to match the character's personality and their background. I like a little bit of both. I enjoy having characters where I can just fully choose and say, fuck it, like, you know, you're going through this class or this class. But I also do really enjoy, like, I think what FE8 did was superb. Like the idea where you had like you had your one base class and then you gave the choice for 2 routes. I think it, you know, if you're gonna run the more limited more limited system, I would prefer a little choice, solely so you could kind of pick someone to your play style a little bit as well. But I think it definitely makes you change up who you use, which is nice. I do not mind some branching options for class changes, but not the freedom that such games like Awakening or Three Houses has offered. I think it's a different style of game. I think FE8 did well. Yeah, I agree with that. I think when I go into like anything pre-Awakening, I have a different mindset for playing the game than anything post-Awakening for characters.
Hey, Princess Tamara, guess what? My new product is finally ready to hit the market. Wait until you see this.
Yes! I cannot tell you how much I look forward to this. Come on, let's see it.
First, I asked myself, what kind of problems do the people of Solm face every day?
High levels of sun exposure, water scarcity, bugs. You would not believe the bugs I've seen.
Good guesses, but no. How many times have you dropped something in the sand and never found it again?
Well, a few, I guess.
That's where this comes in!
Oh! A rake! Don't people use that to gather leaves?
You must be thinking of some other rake. This one's for finding stuff lost in the sands.
I'm not following.
Say you drop something and the sand swallows it up. Not a problem with your new sand rake. Well, pretty handy, right?
Yeah, no, not really.
I knew it was a reach even while I was saying it.
But hey, it's definitely innovative. I doubt anyone else would have come up with that.
Thanks for saying so, Princess Tamara. I haven't given up yet. The next product I develop will be the talk of Solm.
Atta girl. You show him, Lady Anna.
Oh man. The class sets didn't have as much freedom as Three Houses or this game, but more than the GBA games. I like being able to give people certain skills, but only through certain combinations. Yeah, I think they're all unique systems, and I think the fact that they change up so much makes them very interesting to play and makes the games a lot less repetitive. Like, the variation in the game design is
May I ask you about
very
something?
nice to have. I don't know if I have a favorite of them all. I think I just come at them in such different approaches that I look at them very differently. I haven't really thought about which one I like the most.
What would you like to know, Prince Alchrist?
I've heard that you were once part of a traveling caravan. Is that true?
Yes, that's right. Merchants, performers, dancers. I've traveled with them all, and many more.
Really? That must have been incredible.
Incredible? That's a flattering description. I'm surprised you think so.
Well, I've rarely traveled outside of Brodia. My duties as a prince keep me so busy.
I see.
I'm also a bit of an introvert. I envy those who can navigate foreign cultures with ease.
The world is full of wonders. The things I've seen, some of it would take your breath away. In fact, if you're truly interested in that life, I could tell you a story or three.
Really? I would enjoy that very much.
Of course, if I tell you these tales, I will be obliged to leave out some of the best bits.
Huh.
I can't be responsible for inspiring a prince to go adventuring beyond his kingdom's walls.
Oh, no need to worry. I'm not that brave. I was anxious just asking you a simple question.
Hey, Redbeard. How you doing?
All right, Yunaka. I'll listen to what you have to say, but if a single lie slips through your lips...
I'll start from the beginning, and I won't lie. The girl in this story isn't named Yunaka. She's called Larimar. She's born to a poor family living in a town on the Brodian Bluffs. Her parents abandoned her. She isn't even old enough to understand why. But then a man takes her in.
Sounds good, Redbeard.
An assassin.
Oh,
He tells her he wants a little helper. So he trains the girl to kill.
to what end?
Easy money.
So this man foisted his profession onto you.
Correct.
And that's how you became an assassin. There is tragedy to your tale, but you've earned no sympathy.
I'm not asking for sympathy. And I'm not done.
Fine. Continue your story.
Wait, someone's coming.
Is that a problem?
We'll have to finish this another time.
Very well.
The guy with specialty is jumping in front and shielding people. Yeah, for real. My man is responsible for quite a few of my people being all right. Support increase. One around here. So, you've done the well and all that. Do we need to go fishing?
Oh,
Yeah, let's
of
fish.
course.
Then we need to fish and then go to
Pick
sleep.
a rod.
Clean the rings.
Where were you thinking?
And then we're good. Hey, Spencer.
Now!
Bow wow! Oh, wow, okay. My finger did not want to mash the
Good
button.
catch. Nicely done. Do you want to keep going? Pick a rod. Where were you thinking? Now!
Large shadow. On the second cast. Come on back in. While the Awakening class
Good
sets are a
catch.
logical step
Nicely
between
done.
FE8 and FE16, I am still not a fan of them. I think mainly because you go to other base classes. I'd rather it be a tree more than a bush, if that makes sense. If you made
Do
it
you
in
want
a
to keep
way...
going? Pick a rod.
I like the idea of a tree, not just a base class and an advanced class. One thing I toyed around with in my I wonder if I have that file still. Hold on. I made a file. I might have deleted it. Might have been on a different computer. I'm not quite sure yet. Not seeing it. Where my goal was to lower the class limit. Sorry, lower the class max level to 10. Is it in here? And in lowering the max class level to 10, when you hit level 10, you would be able to promote using one item, because I didn't want to make a million items. I'm not finding it. Okay. The idea I had was there were, I think, there were about 5 different tiers of classes, and some of them, there's only like 2 of them I had made out at this point, but they would go out to 3 or 4 different N tier 5 classes. So like your horseman would start as basically a peasant on a horseback, so nothing really that crazy. It would improve, and I had the idea of starting basically at a common like villager physical or magic thing, and then it would branch out to the different damage types based on their specialty. So a magic class would start as magic, and then you'd be able to pick like a tome specialization, or like a hybrid specialization. And then if you picked like the tome specialization, the next class would be like you'd pick one of the 3 magics to focus on, so you'd gain like an extra, so instead of being like a C rank, you'd get like a B rank tome in that, because I didn't have XP for weapon levels. It was kind of like this, where you just had what you had. I'm describing Dark Deity. Does Dark Deity do that? So what I got the inspiration from, obviously I haven't played Dark Deity, and I didn't was, hopefully it's better than Dark Deity. It was the thing I'm describing. Let me see if I can't find it. Mountain Blade Bannerlord had a tree that you would upgrade your units in, unit tier tree, and so you had different troops. So like the desert faction, you started out as a regular recruit, and then you could basically go to 2 different types of units, and one of them was like more attack or defense based, and then from there they would go to, you know, like club infantry. I think this is, no, sorry, this is sword infantry and mauls to full swords, or skirmishers and ranged. And then the other tree goes to like cavalry and like 2-handed weapons. And they all more or less do something similar to that. And so I was taking inspiration from this. Basically, you'd have 2 main things that a base class would branch out to. And I think I only had physical and I had magic. And then it would kind of like separate into, I think, about 4 end ones. Dark Deity lacks weapons. That is where the classes... Oh, no. The classes were very much tied into the weapons I had set up. But I never had time to work on it, because I just have too many things going on. If at one point I decide I'm going to do SRPG Studio on stream just to make a fun little thing, I'll work through it and like actually come up with the idea again. I really liked FE16 having beginner, intermediate, advanced, and master tiers, which I see building on FE10, Which their class system is one of my favorites, favorite parts of that game. I loved tier 3 classes in FE10. I thought that was an excellent addition.
Where were you thinking?
In Fire and Radiant Dawn. I think Radiant Dawn handled that masterfully, especially being able to tie in your levels from Path of Radiance. I wish that was a little more prevalent. Basically, Dark Deity. Oh, okay. I think Dark Deity is a good idea, but poor implementation. Taylor will implement it much better. That remains to be seen. The weapons are set, and you just upgrade them for each type of weapons. It's that's I don't like that. They lack weapon and lack terrain. What the fuck's the point of the map then? I'm pretty sure I had terrain basically set to Thracia values.
Now!
One little thing. That is not me being kind to you. That is me being honest. It would take more effort. It would take more effort to do worse than Dark Deity. God damn. Part of me wants to play Dark Deity just to see what went wrong. But I also don't want to spend more than 99 cents on the game, and I'm not going to do it unless my list is rather dry. Dark Deity. The point of the map is solely to be choke points for enemies or puzzles. Terrain bonuses aren't a thing. Nah, you gotta have terrain bonuses. It's like the whole fucking point of the map. The terrain bonuses are part of the puzzles. That was one of the reasons I stopped working on my thing. I realized how much effort it was gonna take to do good maps that actually had like a flow to them other than here's 2 choke points for you to just hold on to. You get a haircut.
I'm starving. Come on, Divine One, let's go get something to eat. Oh, you're asleep. I know.
Yeah?
I'm gonna whisper in your ear.
Oh, God.
Grilled meat, deep-fried fish, freshly baked bread, juicy fruit, cake lathered in frosting. Yay, you woke up! Let's find some tasty grub. Oh, you know what I really want? Extra helpings.
We could do an old school Taylor stream. Hey guys, what's up? Hope everyone's doing well. This feels so bizarre. The mic being so close to my face and me having to be so quiet. I also have to make sure I don't laugh too hard. You honestly like the softer voices in those VODs? It was a different time. I like whatever voice you're comfortable with. Don't worry, I'm not... I will not take anything anyone says about that personally. You are a bit more understandable. What I need to do is I need to sit down and I need to figure out how to actually get my mic so that it picks up sound when it's like pretty far away and I can kind of just sit and talk. Every time I try and mess with my mic settings, I never come out with a sound I like. I've spent a lot Guys, I have spent a lot of time fucking with sound settings, and I can never really get something that when I'm listening back on the VODs, that I'm like, damn, yeah, I love the sound of that. That is how I want to stream from now on. So I end up changing it every month or so. Although right now it definitely feels like I'm whispering. Although I will say, no matter how I sound right now, I definitely have more confidence behind my voice than I did back then. I was just afraid. It took me every ounce of my being just to speak when I started streaming.
Please clean it up.
Thanks again. See you next time.
At least he's not obnoxiously loud for no apparent reason. If I'm loud, I want there to be a reason. If I'm like yelling,
Attention.
if I'm ever yelling on stream,
Spot is clean.
I want it to be
think that spot is
because
clean.
I want it to be because, hey, something cool's happening and I have a lot of emotion
I
going
think
on.
that spot is clean.
Ugh. We'll keep going for this. Actually, I do that. Do that. Maybe we'll fuck around with this for a little bit. I'll see how it sounds in the playback.
Could you clean that up?
But yeah, I used to talk very quiet because when I started streaming,
Looks good. Thank
I
you.
was basically out in my parents' house trying not to wake them
You're
up
gonna polish there?
while I streamed overnight.
It's fine. You're gonna polish there?
So I was very quiet. You're a bit more understandable. That makes sense. Lucina. You know what? Let's have you hang out with Ivy. Tamara's getting good in a bit of levels with you.
That was nice of you.
During my earlier years on Twitch, I would have loved to have found you during your earlier years when I had a harder time with the faster and the louder streamers.
You're wasting time.
I am happy
really
to
getting
hear.
into your work.
I am very
quite.
happy to hear
You're wasting time.
that I was very understandable back then. They did choose Radiant Dawn Ike. I think he's... What's the word I'm looking for here?
How did this ring get so dirty?
I don't know which Ike is more popular, honestly, but with what they're doing for Ike,
You did a
it makes
wonderful
sense that
job.
they're using the Radiant Dawn version. He's the American design, yeah, yeah, the superhero Ike.
Well focused. That spot's not dirty. That spot's not dirty. Ah, well done. No need to clean there. No need to clean there. I admire your skill. Well focused.
Killing it. And then Byleth. Hang out with Jean, sure. Jean. Jean.
That should
Mr.
help.
Van Damme.
What fine care you've taken. By the books. Really?
Polishing. All right. You know what I want is bond rings. Give me. Give. Who do we got? Who do we got? Ryoma, that makes sense. Leo. S rank? S rank Ryoma? Holy shit. 1 strength, 2 speed, 1 luck Bushido. If unit's level is higher than foes, grants crit plus 10 during combat, and unit deals plus 2 damage and takes 2 less damage. Holy shit! I'll take that. Takumi. Sakura. Inoka twice. I'm only getting the Elise. Must protect. Considering that Micaiah's Radiant Dawn represented, there's Azura, would have been made clear sense to have Ike in his Path of Radiance form, but that could just be me. I feel like just having Ike in any regard alongside Micaiah is enough to really represent Tellius as a whole between the two games. At least, I mean, Ike is obviously the better representation, I think, of both, but if you're going to bring out the Micaiah segment and my 4th time this week discussing why Micaiah should have had her own game, I think just as like a duo works fine. I'm only getting the wards. The muscles was to capture the overly masculine design that are more popular with Western protagonists compared to Bishonen design found in other Japanese media at the time. They were really hoping FE10 would save the series. Oh, I remember us discussing that. They're also using for Leaf skills and weapons he could only use in genealogy after he promotes. Yeah, he becomes a fucking Master Knight or whatever. Jacob, you guys should know I'm only pulling because I want one very specific character to be in this. Then they just realized people wanted good games. I've said it once, I'll say it again. If they release an FE10 remake, I would play it. I would play it, and I would be excited for it. Why? Not because I'm sure they would do a good job, because I don't really know if they would, but because I want to go in with an open mind. And maybe they've cut out 5 or 6 of the unnecessary chapters. Another S rank? S rank Jacob, I love that. Oh yeah, don't skip FE9. I would like an FE6, an FE9, and an FE10 remake. Those are the games I would like redone. I would rather, though, and I want to make this very clear, I would rather have original games over remakes at all. Xander, Leo, Elise. So the last one's got to be Camilla. So we don't get Felicia. Okay. Thing is, Ike has always been referred to as one of the strongest Lord, even in this game, and to reflect that, they really need to use his final form. That's also true. Ike is... It's interesting because I've had some pretty powerful and pretty weak Lords. My Crom was very weak in terms of strength. My Roy was obviously weak. Well, he was on the okay side for the first half. My Leaf for the first half was terrible. I basically had my own battle with him while he wouldn't level up. And then in the second half, he just kept maxing out every level.
You seem well. Oh my.
The ring, so 2 is the show of the Divine Dragon's power. But I had a good Erica. So, like, it's always interesting how much the luck of character level ups plays into the idea of the strength. I really liked Ike. He ended up being very strong for me too, but I think the impact of how strong he was lessened because I had other very strong lords. Oh, good point, good point. Good call on that. Well, you sell the game before they realize it was not good. They really did do that, huh? Oh, yikes. I'm gonna have you, Naka, grab the Corrin ring.
Corrin, I'll protect you.
I'll hold on the Byleth for now. I'm liking the current distribution for the engage rings. Who's a really high level that would benefit from that? Alfred. You take the Ryoma S rank for that Bushido. We have nah. I like, we're gonna use Yunaka. Be foolish not to use the Master Assassin. Good use of his inflections there. Whose sailing got currently equipped? Katarina S rank. Jacob S rank gives 5 HP. I think we change to that. I think we're good. How on earth is that girl able to swim with that amount of hair, sopping wet and heavy? Now, see, her hair weighs nothing due to the magical spells she casts on it to make sure that her hair is weightless. Weightless, of course. Hey there, little guy. Oh, he's so adorable. Can I get new gifts for him? I would like to shower gifts upon my Sami. We can change Hortensia? I feel like the outfits are rather boring compared to some of the characters' basic clothes as well. At least in FE10's case, this was when the majority who played the games, at least in Japan, bought based on advertisements or the few print reviews, which FE10 got, I think, a 32 out of 40, which is still a decent score. Right, I forgot. I remember you talking about in one stream the idea that Japan uses that 40-based score, which is rather interesting, I think. Uh-huh. What sucks is none of these are wearable in battle, right? They're all Somnial clothes. What's the point? Putting sunglasses on Jean because that's funny. Just because I remember Twink wanted me to guess, this is the map where Byleth gets Sword of the Creator, or he fights the Flame Emperor. I think it's chapter 12 that happens in. No, chapter 11? The training missions like that one at Brodia Castle give so much compared to the normal skirmishes. It's insane. I'm gonna have to give that a try just to see what it's like then. Suggested advanced class level 5. I think we'll be fine where we are. That's really high. Advanced class level 5? What's the main story quest recommend? Advanced class level 1. I guess they expect you to come back to this. Let's see what the other ones recommended at. It's not high when you consider that. Well, that's true. I'm just talking about, I'm curious if they're expecting, how much grind, I guess, they're expecting me to be going through for these, Crossroad of Fates. Oh, this is chapter 6, or the prologue chapter. What's this recommend? No, I clicked once and then clicked twice. Advanced class level 7? Training Brodia Castles. Oh, training? Oh, it's not called Skirmish. All right, well, I have to know now. Like, we get Iron and Steel out of this. Famitsu has been reviewing games with the system since 1986, and the system is not without faults, but it is pretty fair. It's technically 4 reviewers who score out of 10, but they are not allowed to talk to other reviewers or even know who got which games. I don't hate that system. I don't think that's the worst. I don't think that's the worst system I've ever heard. I think that's a decent one, actually. I am more than partially convinced that most of the major websites are partially bought out for certain game releases for reviews here in the States. Take Seedle out. Let's have you Naka. And let's have... No, Ivy's my healer. Let's have Alfred sit out for 1 map so we can train up Citrine. Because Alfred is doing great. And he doesn't need the super XP. Based on the system, it took them 12 years to get a perfect 40, and we are now at 29. Is there a place I can check in English what games they gave perfect 40s? I can on Wikipedia. All right, I'm very curious. Wikipedia is perfect for it. All right, I'm gonna go down the list because I am super curious about this. All right. Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Cool. Soul Calibur. Never played that. That's 2. I haven't played. Vagrant Story. Never even heard of it. Maybe I should do a marathon where I play through the entire Famitsu perfect score list. Yunaka's level 14. OG Soul Calibur, yeah. Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Nintendogs. That's a great game. Final Fantasy 12. Interesting. Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Interesting. Metal Gear Solid 4. Guns of the Patriots. Well, we'll be playing that one, I know already. 428 Shibuya Scramble. Dragon Quest IX, Sentinels of the Starry Sky. I actually own that game. That's the one I kept getting lost in. But that's my fault. Monster Hunter Tri. Bayonetta. I haven't beaten that game. New Super Mario Bros. Wii. That's a good one. Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. Pokemon Black and White. Oh, well, they're wrong on that. Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. First non-Japanese game to receive a perfect score, according to the notes. Final Fantasy 13-2. Kid Icarus Uprising. Yakuza 5? What? They're lying! They're lying! That's easily the worst one! That's universally agreed, I thought, to be the worst one! There's a mandatory 2-hour hunting section! What? They make it a first-person shooter! I knew that was coming! Up to this point, they were all fine! If I recall, you can remember second seal into a Wolf Knight level 21. If for whatever reason you don't use Meryl, it's a good option. We might do that then. I think Meryl's gonna be, or Marin's gonna be a second playthrough character. Yakuza 5 was more popular in Japan than it was outside of Japan. One day I'm gonna 100% it. Maybe I'll have a newfound respect for it. I just really didn't like Haruka's section in that game. I think that's the part I found the most egregiously just difficult to play. Some of those things were very novel for a Japanese game. That's fair. That's fair. I can understand it from that regard, I guess. But I still hold my right to disagree. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, All-Star Battle. Grand Theft Auto 5. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. Breath of the Wild. Dragon Quest XI, Echoes of an Elusive Age. Death Stranding. That is why I prefaced it. Death Stranding, wow. Ghosts of Tsushima, I'm absolutely gonna play that game at one point. I have been just waiting for time in my schedule to stick Ghost of Tsushima in there. The Legends of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and Street Fighter 6. I'm gonna be honest with you, Street Fighter 6 is the first fighting game I've ever seen and gone, damn, I kind of want to start playing fighting games. Western outlets pretty much unilaterally give Yakuza 5 in the low 80s. I think, what did I think I gave Yakuza 5 a 7.5, maybe lower. Maybe giving them a 7. She has a steel dagger in this stiletto at the moment. I think that'll be, well. Her speed becomes 12 with a silver dagger. So probably just better off with an upgraded steel dagger. Let's go do that. You're not gonna get right now. I'd imagine the damage. It is pretty low. It is pretty low. We've been using her mostly to poison stuff. Death Stranding was severe, also surprising to me, but I understand it was very unique for Japan. Death Stranding, I think, is I don't think you needed necessarily to include for Japan. I remember that game getting announced after PT got shut down, because Silent Hill PT was like, I remember the hype surrounding Silent Hill PT. After that demo got played, I felt like all I ever heard about was how excited people were for Silent Hill PT. And I guarantee if that game came out, it would have probably been absolutely fucking incredible. Ooh. Ooh, let's do Steel Dagger +3 and get the -1 weight.
I'll be here.
Silver Dagger better off on Wolf Knights who have super build, yeah. But Death Stranding is one of those games that on one hand I want to play solely for the fact that I know the story is supposed to be batshit insane. But on the other hand, I would rather play through Metal Gear, which I know are supposed to be good games, see if I enjoy Kojima's writing style and the way he makes games, and then commit to a very long game about being a mailman. Silver Dagger's better off for Wolf Knights who have super build. Yeah, I figure when she promotes, she'd probably be in a much better place. I would like to say, while not a perfect 40, some of the games who got 39s I wanted to share with you, I know from the top of my head, are Nier Automata, fantastic game. Elden Ring, I'm very excited to play. And the game you are a 3rd place world record holder in. Thank you, thank you. Monster Hunter World is a lot of fun. It is absolutely incredible. And you know what's very funny about Monster Hunter World? I've never played high rank. I've never hunted a single high rank monster in Monster Hunter World because all I've done since I have gotten it was convince people to play who would stop before playing high rank. And I got so good at playing all the low rank ones, I made a joke that I would speedrun it on stream if I hit 400 followers at one point. I think it was 400. Might have been 300. And then I hit it that night because of that. Really pause this down to say Death Stranding is a chill game with a story that is cool but corny at times. That's Kojima. I figured it'd be a little out there. Also, hey Mike, hope you're doing well.
Let's do this.
Cool but corny describes him, yeah.
Me?
That's what I've grown to understand. 3 perfect 10s is still very impressive. Yeah, being able to get that many people to agree your game is a 10 is no small task, I feel. Thank you for the drink. It is kind of the majority of Western gaming reviews. Asking for an easy mode. When did I talk about that recently? I know I had a conversation about how angry it makes me to see. Why doesn't Elden Ring have difficulty options? My 48-page thesis on why Elden Ring needs difficulty options because I don't want to be challenged by a game whose sole purpose is to challenge you.
Whatever you need.
Oh, it makes me so fucking angry.
Say the word.
It's one of the reoccurring rants. That has to go on the bingo card. Okay, good to know. Good to know.
Emblem, engage.
I couldn't remember if that was one of the bingo card ones or not. I'm making the bingo card, by the way, before I get back, after Soy gets here. I'm going to make the bingo card. I don't know what the prize will be every day for getting bingo. But I think we'll do something.
I can't retreat now.
Do you actually have bingo cards set up? I thought they were like mystical, actually don't exist bingo cards. NPC in Elden Ring, here's the thing that makes the game twice as easy. Use it if you want. Elden Ring needs accessibility and an easy mode. Why Elden Ring has boring world design? I haven't even played the game and can tell you that that's just disingenuous. You have some of them on paper? That's fantastic. Do I have a bingo card? And is it completely filled out? Like, are there all 25 slots for it? I love playing bingo.
Another kill for me.
Elden Ring's world design, frankly, is ludicrous. Oh yeah, Elden Ring's world design, from what I understand, is some of just the craziest, most in-depth world design to come out of a game in a while.
Emblem, engage!
Not because of it's a fantasy world, but because every aspect of it ties into the lore. They really did go all out. May prevent first attacks on adjacent allies. Ooh. Let's do that.
I've got this.
Then put me here. Then shielding art.
For peace.
Come here. Interesting. Most open world games copy paste generic buildings and call it a day. Yeah, there are a lot of open world games that come out, and it's just like it still somehow feels devoid. I think it is how I want to describe it. I think not enough game. I think I really want to play Skyrim.
Me first.
And one of the reasons I really want to play Skyrim is I know that Skyrim was a big tipping point for every single game to come out
You got it.
for years afterwards in the US was, oh, this game that frankly probably just doesn't need open world at all. Hey, don't worry, we open worlded it. And it's like, but why? Because more to do. Was it more to do, or is it tedium? Two shit first, second. There we go.
Come again.
I figured we'd take one hit on that attack, and that's why I only wanted her to be able to be hit by one person. Here's something I like about Elden Ring, and more so Japanese than Western games. Western games, I feel like, tell you everything. They leave little to nothing open to interpretation.
Sleep now.
Ooh. There is nothing to discuss afterwards unless it is clearly the setup for a sequel or a DLC. I feel like that's usually a JRPG thing. Elden Ring is quite Western RPG in its world building and artistic design, though obviously rather original in comparison. It's interesting, and this is just purely observational for the sake of being observational for a second, that you two have arrived to the exact opposite
I'll help.
conclusion from starting from the same point. I feel like there are a lot of games. Holy shit, Yunaka. There are a lot of games that are not necessarily the best at uniquely setting up their world so that you get a little bit to think about. Playing through Dragon Age recently has really made me think about how little I actually know about the Dragon Age world. Because... oh my god, there's so many units. Because I feel like they just referenced an event that's built into the lore here or there or everywhere, and I'm like, oh, I had no idea this was a thing. Oh, I had no idea that this was a thing. And there's just so much of that in a good way.
I'm pretty tough, you know.
Sometimes strategic retreats are a good option. The only retreat we go is forwards. Retreat towards the enemy. Do these count as armored? They count. Oh, they do! Attack. Noble Rapier. Effective against both types of this soldier. Take him out. Do that. But then you have worlds like, I think, the Dark Souls worlds, where everything isn't explained as well. I think you have games where things are just hammered into your fucking skull about every single thing that is going on. I think there's also a lot of JRPGs where, you know, the joke is, let's repeat the same thing to allow the player to understand that X, Y, or Z is an important factor contributing to whatever we're talking about. As much as I love them, sometimes the Yakuza games absolutely love to repeat what you're doing 46 times so that you understand it. We should have Gamba. We'll do Gamba for the skirmish map, or not the skirmish map, for the actual map, because we haven't set it up yet. I've not played as many games as Sundown, so I probably am wrong with my assessment of Western RPGs, but I think JRPGs have a lot of philosophical, ethical, moral, and motivational questions lurking afterwards. I've never directly stated or have an easy solution to reach, but are open vastly more to interpretation than Western counterparts. Again, it feels like WRPGs to me. JRPGs are usually the power of friendship and will conquer evil without the philosophical and moral gray areas of, say, The Witcher 3. Some do, but it's definitely more understated. The Witcher is another good example, I think, of that. There's a lot to the Witcher lore. And it's interesting question on morality. Little sis. Come. Come here, attack. You have 11 defense. You're fine.
Me first.
I know El Thunder's heavy, but
That must have hurt.
the shield unit, not the shield unit, the heavy armored unit shouldn't have better speed. Yeah, it's still low. And then I want Chloe to come here and call doubles on this space. Over here. I think the power of friendship will conquer evil is prevalent in both, but many for younger demographics. It's a very shonen-esque trope. Ooh, there's a lot of damage around here. 19. Won't you trade? Equip the Killer Lance. I'm gonna equip Liberation for the 80th one Avoid. Oh, I can't engage if I trade first. Oh, shit. Didn't realize that was an action that got locked out of. All right. This will be interesting.
I feel great.
Here. Hellfire. You here. Hammer. 9 speed, 16 defense. I come here. 16 speed. But I could theoretically then engage to get 21 defense. Hey, Wolf Strike. It's rare that I've seen a JRPG that's super morally gray, besides Yokotaro stuff that is, or ones that are made by Westerners like Lisa the Painful. I feel like there's a lot to be said. That's not what I want to say. Let's try this again. I'm curious how much a specific... No, what do I want to say there? I'm curious what a lot of the influencing factors for... What a lot of the influencing factors for why each of you believe that is. Like, what games end up pulling each of you to those conclusions. Ooh! This is why I wanted to do the doubles. They have crazy dodge. Yikes.
Too easy. Hungry for more.
Well, that worked out. Where you mentioned Yokotaro or Lisa the what is it, Painful? No, I read that one. I read that one.
Simple enough.
Oh, it's not. Oh, hold on.
Why me?
Why me? Oh, the other one? Here, I'll read that one in a second. Great level, Jean. I might have missed one. That is absolutely possible. There we go. I feel like it should give you at least Bond XP. It is Lynn doing it. Say Witcher 3. I'm not seeing anything. I didn't. I'm not. Maybe my chat skipped it. Did you mention The Witcher 3? Is it that one? My chat's been not getting messages sometimes, I feel. Was not only focusing on morally gray, but FromSoft games have so much of their lore just waiting to be found, and there's multiple ways of understanding it, but it's for morally gray. I think Fire Emblem, I think the SMT games. Some, not all, the Tales of, Tactics, Ogre, and the Chrono, and some of Ys. I'm curious how much of it is also older generation games, like ones that came out on older consoles versus nowadays. Right after Lisa the Painful one. So for me, right after Lisa the Painful, I have PS, if you die, listen to the character's dialogue first. I want you to see something. So whatever your message was didn't get sent. That was it? Oh, character's death dialogue, you're saying? Oh, I thought you meant I skipped the message. Oh. Oh. No, you're good. I got it. Oh, okay, I see what's happening. I see what's happening now. Yeah. No, don't worry. I got there. We're good. We have figured it out. Nah, you're good. You're good. That was funny. I'm glad you think so.
This doesn't look good.
Oh, it doesn't feel good. I promise you that. Is that a Mage Knight with Elwind? Ugh. Okay. Holy crap. Let's engage. We get Goddess Stance with engage. Oh! Hold on. How's Goddess Dance work? One more time. To all adjacent allies. Okay. Okay. So then... say... you damage this guy.
I'll help.
We should have Gamba. The next map. Yeah, that's kind of big. You're gonna stay right there. Then Tamara.
Ready for a fight.
You're going to Noble Rapier this Wolf Rider. Good dodge.
Let's have some fun.
There you go, crit.
I cannot lose.
Ivy. Hellfire this unit.
Unforgivable.
Decent level up. We get build. Grasping Void. Yunaka could kill this character. Possibly take 11 back. Do it. Time for Bolganone pasta. Mmm, yummy. There's one. Go ahead and fire back. Good dodge. I think me... Oh! A little bit of 7 extra HP coming in. One HP left. I think we do it anyway because she levels up from it. Do it anyway. She'll still level. Same brain cell. You should really let your food cool before you eat it. The temperature of magma is on the same level as glass and being bad to consume. Also, I forgot about the possibility of the chain attack. Res, honestly, I'll take it. Res. Now, you come here. Engage.
Emblem, engage.
Goddess Dance.
Allow me to demonstrate.
This is such a strong move. That's a whole level. Citrine has not earned a spot at the glue factory yet, okay? To me, it just looks like a normal dance. Average everyday dance. Alacrity is such a useful skill. Oh my god.
One moment. Save one for me. Next one's mine. Do you mind? Hungry for more.
Speed taker. Good critical? I'd say so. Take out this guy.
Nothing left on you.
Because... Then Tamara. See what you get. Oh, I was hoping Jean would have one more movement. That is fine.
Open up shop.
I forget. Grand Aether gives her health back. I need to kill this unit. You have... So she has 17 speed, which is quite useful to her survivability. You can do that to them. Not quite a lethal yet. You come here and longbow. Not a lethal on that. You have 23 res. You have 29 damage. El Thunder is 6 damage. So what I could do... Jean could go here. Anna goes there. Then you can kill the bow user. What a mess. If I do El Thunder, I can attack back. 20. Oh, so I have 23 res, 29 magical damage. You have no skills that would increase that damage. Come here. Go ahead. Like, you know, we're even gonna double. Oh, I can't because I have to kill him to see. All right, then we are going to hope that 29 minus 23 still equals 6 in this world.
I need to be more diligent.
I'm annoyed that you have El Thunder because you're going to attack Anna. Here, you can only be attacked by 3 people once this is over. This is 100%. So then I'm trying to decrease the amount of people she can get attacked by. And anyone can get attacked by.
I will not lose.
So now you only have that one. Versus 33 physical. Speed of 12, speed of 9, speed of 16, speed of 14, speed of 16. Okay. Stand here. And then attack with your longbow. Thanks for the dual assist.
I can't believe I did that.
You have 7 defense. 7 defense minus 33. Well, that's not great. That would be lethal. Hmm. $22, you would take 11 there. From the other guy, you would take 18. You're okay. Take 3. So you could why is... Oh, wow. I think my Joy-Cons are at the end of their life. Okay, we're gonna, just in case I pull off a critical or something here, which we won't. I'm gonna have Saline attack and then canter back. Why are you dancing in the Inner Sanctum Shrine? Because this is a special goddess dance that blesses everyone. I'll write it in the Bible. He's thinking they just won't beeline for the clones. The moment I assume... The moment I assume they beeline for the clones are the moment I get absolutely and utterly annihilated. Getting drift. No, I thought drift was the joysticks themselves moving left or right. My A button just sometimes doesn't select. Like right there. But it could just be the way I'm pressing the button. I don't know. I do not know. It's probably just how I'm pressing it, and I'm not just like actually fully pressing the button down, and I think I am. Because like right there, that's like 4 presses in a row that work fine.
Our bonds give me strength.
All right, we're gonna see if that worked. Attack Anna. Please push the buttons firmly. I will do my best. Oh, look. Oh, here we go. That's not the doubles. Whew. Well, we aren't out of the woods yet.
I won't give up.
You get 2 attacks on us. This Hurricane Axe can't attack first. Or I could break them. I think I want you here to do wind.
Come and get it.
You're doing amazing work. Thank you.
You were beautiful.
The
while
goddess
you
stance
lasted.
was instrumental to not getting absolutely murdered last time. Great level. Why don't you canter over here? Who could you be attacked by if you go here? So you could be attacked by this dude? 20 physical attack. Would be 4 damage on us. Speed of 13. It's only 4 higher. So we could do Hurricane Axe and see how this goes. Make sure the 93 hits. 1% critical. Oh dear, it appears to be I appear to be barely clinging to life. This is most improper for a doctor. I am what we call forever scarred from Thracia. Now she can attack.
I smell gold.
Obviously, we take a little more damage, but that's fine. The crit didn't hit. Don't worry.
You'll get no sympathy from me.
That's what we like to see. That is what we like to see. Grants attack +8 with axes. What? I read that wrong. No way I read that right. I read that wrong. Where? I refuse to believe I read that correctly. I read that correctly? It's attack +8? What? my god. The reigning Barst grows ever, or is growing into her title? Yeah, for real. Jesus. Perfect. Perfect.
Me first.
That's fine. Between Taylor and Biotis is max. All right. I am going to engage solely to see what Yunaka engaged with Korrin looks like.
Emblem, engage!
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, she looks like a Fates character now. You know what we're gonna do? Engage. Torrential Roar. Yes!
Out of the way.
Yeah, that's like a whole last level. Defense? Okay, we'll take it. After unit acts or waits, restore 5 HP to adjacent allies and slightly increase the support with them. That is so good. Brain cell entanglement. A couple of those so far tonight. Yeah, your engage skill is extra XP, so you can pop for the lulz. I want to pop it because I want to make sure I'm seeing what the engage skills are. All right, Jean, you're going to be A-okay. Just understand that this is all part of the plan, okay?
That must have hurt.
When the same turn reinforcements show up on the southern part of the map, that's when I'll panic. You're level 3. You're almost level 3 as well, but I think you're close to leveling up.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
All right, Chloe, what do you got for me? Defense. Ho, 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 ho. She doesn't need it at all. All right, you can do 1 damage to Tamara. And equip your Silver Lance. Defense. Defense. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, you were so close. Burn. So if I stand here and wait... Oh, that's so good. Oh, I love that so much. Okay.
A slight setback.
Lady Anna, you're doing exquisite. And you said the emblem of blazing on the killer axe. I don't know what I have on the killer axe. I think I have an emblem. Ah, it got hairy there for a moment. I had to think. That was only 5 turns. That was a long. What? Oh, wow. It gives you bonus XP. Return to BXP, yeah. And you get cash. Hey, I'll take cash. I'll take cash.
Wow.
It doesn't take a doctor's trained eye to see that you got stronger during that fight.
Yes.
Prince Tiamat takes after his father. He'll be a good, strong king.
You know.
Who's today's MVP? Why, none other than Lady Anna. 2 kills to the price of 1. So that makes sense. Yeah, the ones that build his training give the
Well,
BXP.
now.
Interesting. Brodia Castle is...
Well,
I have
now.
auto advance on. But also unnerving. I must take care to mind my manners. If the Somniel was ever on the ground, I'd want it to have walls like this to keep it safe.
Nice.
I love how imposing Brodia Castle looks. I bet I'd get beefy quick if I lived in a place like this.
Hey.
Here's hoping I get to fight by your side again. Keep yourself safe until then, Divine One. Boucheron, you'll be our next first. Don't worry. There isn't a single rare critter in Brodia Castle, and I should ask if the royal family has any pets.
I see.
Brodia Castle's flavor is quite gritty. The sand clouds make me feel as if I'm chewing on rocks. Please do not chew rocks.
Divine One.
It's an honor to spar with you and your army. You set a fine example for us to follow.
Forgive me.
This is where you and I first met, Divine One. I deeply regret how awful I was to you then. Divine One, if I get to fight with you again, I promise to try real hard.
Yes.
Brodia Castle's design is second to none, but in the end, the castle's only as strong as its soldiers. Beans, iron ingot, wheat flour. Don't worry, Clan's gonna get a whole other game, or a whole other playthrough he'll star in. I'm starting to really admire Brodia Castle's design. It's kind of beautiful, like chiseled abs.
That's true.
I feel stronger after that. This seems like the perfect occasion for a hearty meal.
Yes.
You don't have any illusions in your army, do you, Divine One? I can't stand Illusia. Oh, well.
Pardon me.
I'm gonna patrol the castle grounds. Pity the enemy if I find the slightest sign of him.
Yes.
Dust clouds are a real problem here. Mind your eyes, especially in battle. Those dust clouds make a dreadful mess of my hair. Coming through it tonight will be difficult.
Yes.
Returning to the place where we attacked you is a stark reminder. We were once enemies.
Yeah.
I'm glad Brodia Castle is okay. If Prince Tiamat had been hurt, King Lorien would have lost it. It's unusual to let outsiders see the inside of our castle, but you're our allies, so it's okay, I guess.
Now.
I'm thinking I'm finally used to coordinating with our allies. It really is crucial to trust them in battle. That's it, Elchrist! Not putting yourself down? That's what we like to see.
However,
I've no desire to grow inured to war, but a keen knowledge of battle is necessary to seize peace.
oh my.
Watching you grow so strong puts me in an envious mood. I hope to follow your example. I hope you follow my example too.
Zappy!
Zappy! I did a number on him today. I should pat myself on the back for this one.
Hey, so...
I'm better at fighting since joining up with you. I might be better at cooking meat too.
Yes.
Divine One, please bless Brodia for victory against our enemies. I see you. Welcome. I feel like given he's on normal with an infinite rewind, it's not too big of a thing to say, but he won't read above this now, so whatever. All right. Huh. I will be curious to hear what it is when we beat the game. I'm sure if it even is, or I'm sure if it's minor, we'll still go over it. Might as well keep the full embargo going on the while we have one of these left to do. These new playthroughs. People from so many countries living together. I'm reminded of the monastery where I lived.
The fighting won't let up anytime soon. If it gets too much for you, you can lean on me.
Thank you. I should count myself lucky to have so many friends looking out for me.
I always forget the crystal exists, mainly because I try to forget it exists. Yeah, I've decided that after the chapter after the twist, where you lose all your emblem rings, right? I feel like if I hadn't clapped back on some of the four hands and taken what I think, so we had taken back our time crystal, right? And then I defeated people with emblem rings. After I had gotten the time crystal back. And not just like the four hounds that you could say, oh, well, they retreated and they didn't drop their ring, but also the two people I believe at the end of the map had emblem rings on them. And you're telling me I'm sparing corrupted? I feel like if you just said, fuck it, Vale has the time crystal, but she only wants to use it when she's in her evil form, and you never give it to us, I would have appreciated it more. Especially because you can save every turn. Obviously that's mute if you can't save every turn, but if you're gonna do the thing where you can save every turn, there's no need to have a time crystal. And it's actually an interesting idea to give your enemy something that you've been using for the past couple entries in the franchise. Oh yeah, I mean, if I'm talking if you want to keep the story as close to what it is currently as possible, like the fewest possible changes. You know what I mean? I'm not. Whenever I recommend something like that, I think I'm just because I think I do this a lot. Whenever I recommend something, I'm not saying that I think what I'm saying is the best possible option for how the story should progress. I don't think that's the case at all. I don't know what the best possible option to make the story progress is because I'm not that great of a writer. And to be frank, if I'm writing a story, it probably won't be anything like what someone else writes, right? I'm talking about if you want to change, whenever I talk about something like that, I like to give something that changes as few of the plot points as possible to make it into what I think is a more logical path to follow, right? So like, for example, if you really want to keep the time crystal and then you swipe it and you get it later, or even you just don't swipe it at all, but you really want to keep the time crystal in, still don't know if you should. Ooh, a treat. Then commit. Don't Oh, we pickpocketed you for the time crystal. And when we pickpocketed you for the time crystal, we also pickpocketed you all of your emblem rings. The time thing is cool as maybe a non-canonical thing. When it becomes canonical, it's problem. Cough Rodrigue. I hate the Rodrigue chapter. I cannot begin to explain how angry that segment of the game
Have a nice flight.
made me. That part is a smear on an otherwise really awesome playthrough for Blue Lions. Every other part I loved, not even I was happy in the slightest with that ridiculous handling of that death. I'm not even trying to bother to get them all. I can't. The dragon is shooting lasers, yeah. But the crystal pulse and turmoil just create cracks in the foundation of the game. Yeah. Just make a save feature and don't try to canonize why you're able to redo turns. Just don't bother. It's not... It's not better for it. A player can... A player... I feel like a little... Oh, go, Sami! Yeah, fuck him up! Personally, I feel like a little bit like having to create explanation as to why you're able to save or like fix errors on the battlefield cuts into the dev's expectancy for a player to be able to suspend disbelief because they are playing a video game. At the end of the day, I am playing a video game. It is not real life. It is not how real life works. I am riding a dragon, shooting lasers at little targets. I don't think that this is what I'm about to go outside and do tomorrow, right? Like, I think there needs to be an understanding of that suspension of disbelief, and I think that that allows for you to have saves and things, and you don't need to canonize what your save mechanic is or what your fix mechanic is. You scroll up real quick. Treat. Hi, Yoshinan Taylor. Hope you're doing well, Yaka. You can use my power freely to stop people who threaten me, but the moment it becomes oh no, can't do it. It is the fact that the pulse is only in the actual story twice. It feels like and the rest is just maps. Those 2 times could have been removed, and other could just be a one-time thing to show off Sothis, right? If you want to do it like that, right? I mean, if the turmoil is to be implemented in the story, it had better be an Uchikoshi level time travel thing, right? If you're going to include... I know I complained a little bit when we played through Somnium 2. At the end of the day, it was an interesting twist. Especially the more I get removed from it. I think there are other parts of the game that was a little weaker, but I don't think the twist was all that bad. It was Uchikoshi level of mindfuck. How crazy can we go? And I just wanted to say that because I had a lot of fun playing that game, and I worry that it didn't sound like I did. This makes me even more desperate for you to play Undertale. I will get to it one day, Sundown. Sorry, I am so used to people saying that to me. I realized that you meant Taylor, I think. Yoshi, I'm gonna give the exact same answer that you did. I promise I will get to it. I already own the game, and I will play it. I won't say anything more because obviously I don't want to talk about the game, but one day I will get to it. I promise you that. It is on the list. It has to happen. Where were you on the internet in 2016? In Japan, I assume, where that wasn't. Oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. What support? Oh, we didn't get any really supports that map, did we? We did get this A rank.
Louis, I must apologize. I left without finishing the tea you went to such lengths to prepare for me. All you endured for the sake of those leaves.
There is no need to apologize, Princess Saline. It was I who soured your pleasant mood.
That was your period of online games, wasn't it? Or am I getting the T-Swizzle? You are getting the T-Swizzle lore right. My period of only playing online video games, I believe, is 20... So between Minecraft and then Counter-Strike, it would be 2011 to 2017. Those are probably the only two games I played in earnest a lot of. I also played a decent bit of Payday during that time. And one or two other co-op online games, but nothing single player. 2016, I was working on a thesis regarding minority and disabled groups in Japan and their impact on society, culture, and economy. Oh, that's really cool. That sounds like a fun thesis. Louis is my least favorite. Really, Louis? I like Louis.
There are many joys in my life. I have always held the way you prepare.
I don't think any of the characters have rubbed me the wrong way yet.
Thank you.
It's true that the tea brewed with your special leaves brought me more joy than usual. That said, Louis, understand this. It grieves me that you would put yourself in harm's way to bring me that joy.
Princess Saline?
I just remembered something that I have to tell you. I am completely derailing the stream. And then I promise I will get back to chat and back to what we're doing. But I cannot believe I didn't talk about this yesterday. So, do you guys know how I have been trying to get the name T-Swizzle back from that account for a few ages now to get rid of the 01? Well, I talked with a friend of mine that I haven't seen in a long time on Wednesday. Was it Wednesday? No, Tuesday. Tuesday after I got home from dinner. I got on a call with a friend of mine. And a long time ago. It still exists. Oh, it still exists, Twink. I'll explain. A long time ago, I streamed 3 times back in 2014 or 15 for about an hour and a half, Counter-Strike and Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl. And we were talking about it because he was there when when I streamed the games. And I said, yeah, I was like, that's such a long time ago. So what I did was I pulled up a thing that listed all of my streams to see how those streams did, and I couldn't find them. I was like, this only goes back to 2020. That's so weird. I definitely streamed, or 2019 technically I streamed once or twice. I was like, that was so many years after I know I streamed those games before. He's like, yeah, your name was like T-Swizzle or something. I said, yeah, T-Swizzle01. He said, really? He's like, I thought you just had T-Swizzle in the name. I said, no, I've always been T-Swizzle01. He's like, I swear, back in high school, because it was a big deal, because you lost the email to make the account, so you had to put numbers in your name. I said, there's no way. That's just not true. I don't own T-Swizzle. I've always been T-Swizzle01. This isn't a thing. So sure enough, we go back on the website. I put in T-Swizzle, and there are 3 streams in 2014 for that account. I cross my heart. 3 streams on that account. Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike, Stalker. I own that account. I can't log into it anymore. I don't know what email I used. I have checked all 14 emails I have had for my entire life. I think I used it on my high school email, and I can no longer access that. I have 14 emails. I used to use them to sign up for junk game like letters and things to try and win reward stuff. And I would get like small like $5 gift cards with fake personas that I would use to buy games. Have you tried forgot my email? Does Twitch have such a thing? There isn't a phone number tied to it. So I'm thinking I'm gonna try and contact support and talk to them about it, because I'm gonna try and get the name. The problem would be is that the password I used on it is absolutely the password that a few years ago got hacked off of my Spotify account back when all of my I don't do this anymore. Back when all of my accounts shared the same password. And someone could be on it just using it. So I'm going to reach out to support, but I can't believe I forgot to tell that story. Oh my god, it just clicked with me again. I have been the owner of it this whole fucking time. Why it hasn't been deactivated, I have no idea. It feels like something out of a book. It's too beautiful. Because I knew I had signed up for the, I know I had signed up for Twitch ages ago. I have been on Twitch watching Counter-Strike since I was like 12 or 13, okay? I was young. So I thought there's no way. You should reply to the whispers it has. When I finally am able to log in, I will. And you seriously don't remember the email? I'm almost positive it's my old high school email account, which has been deactivated because I graduated high school 6 years ago now. And they deactivate the emails a year after the students graduate. Because I've logged into every email I have written down. Except that one. Because I don't own it anymore. Have I tried? Yeah, I have. Oh, Sundown, I have. It is not still active. It has not been active since 2019, I believe. Because I went through a whole other thing trying to find AP test results in order to skip a class back during my freshman or sophomore year. Maybe it was 2018 then. And I couldn't log into my school email at that point because a year had passed. So I'll contact support, but I had to share that. They can reactivate it if you need to, I think. I had to get something changed off a few months and had them reactivate an email for like 48 hours. The payment my school did it, so probs yours can too. I can try that. I'm gonna contact support first, because if support will help me, fuck contacting my high school. True, yeah, I can try that. Yeah, I'll see if support's willing to help or not. I'm gonna send out an email for it. I'll probably do that either today or tomorrow, but yeah, no, I just I had to share. Yeah, then I can take the name off, and I'm already queued up to reserve T-Swizzle when it I move this one there and then delete that one, right? Well, the problem is then when you swap a name, it doesn't become available in the pool for 6 months, which is fine. So the other account, I'll just have to name something else. Actually, you know what we should do right now? What if they deactivated the account and I don't know? We wouldn't know unless I check it right here. Channel, username. Nope. It's still there. Ah, all right. We shall try. Maybe, yeah, I'll name it something backwards or something like that, yeah. If I can get into it. Someone asked if it was you in a past life one time when you were complaining, and now I am laughing, and I hope I wrote down who made that joke. If you find out who, please tell us. All right, let me get back to what we were saying. Please tell me you do not have the account you wanted for years. Tee. Wait, I'm waiting. Or name it Radiant Dawn Stan. That'd be even funnier. Oh, it's gotta be T-Swizzle. It's gotta be T-Swizzle. Oh, fuck no, I'm not moving to the old one. Oh, God, no. I'll rename it. You can reserve names if you email Twitch for when a name goes into the pool, and I have T-Swizzle reserved already. So once it becomes available, I get an email, and then I can rename. I get like what, a week after I get the email to rename it. Am I the first one to reserve it? I sure fuck. Well, that's a good point. Am I the first one to reserve it? They didn't tell me there was anyone in front of me. We'll find out. If there is... Well, you gotta remember, T-Swizzle's also a nickname for Taylor Swift. That's my big issue. Because anytime I join a stream, one of the first questions I get are you a Taylor Swift fan? No, I'm not. Thanks, though. Ugh. I didn't get involved in online communities until I came to Twitch one day in 2018, and I never left. Which is a great place. Feels like the kind of guy who'd get arrested for putting a camera in the back. Yikes. I forgot about his whole observe other people thing. That's fair. That's fair. Everyone hated it because the peer reviewing process was so long for I wrote so much more than them. Well, that's unfortunate. The only time I've hated peer reviewing a paper was because we had to write an 8-page paper in English class. And the person I proofread for wrote 3 pages. And I would say about half of their words were misspelled. And they were English as the first language. So it took me forever, and then they got angry at me. And that's when I decided I was not going to take any more humanities classes than I had to. Because I just couldn't deal with writing. And all the humanities classes of writing. You can ask also, I wonder if you have both accounts, you might be able to contact support and ask if you can switch the names from your unused personal to and your professional. That's a great idea. I love it so much that this is all partially a Taylor Swift parody. All because I got bullied in middle school. If they're a big enough Taylor Swift fan to want that, so be it. When you brag about staring at girls for a hobby, you're kind of no, you know, I'll give you that, Sundown. I don't think I'm gonna defend Louis on the staring at girls thing. I don't think I want to defend Louis for that. I don't even think I want to attempt to argue why it wouldn't be weird, because it is. I had almost 80 pages more than the next longest one. 80 pages. I wrote a 4,500 page, God no, word report. It was about, with all the tables, 31 pages by myself. And I think that's the longest I could ever deal with writing. People watching is fun in the right context. I agree. People watching is very going to like a park and just kind of like chilling on the bench and hanging out with people and just kind of observing everyone at the park. Not weird. Specifically staring down individual people and just like observing their every action as opposed to the people that are walking by or, you know, whatever, that type of thing. Or the people playing frisbee off in the distance as like a scene. That's more like, I feel like when you people watch, there's a difference between watching individuals and watching the whole scene at play, if that makes sense. I think that's the way I would describe it. Going to a cafe, ordering something, and watching, coming up with their backstories is a fun writing exercise. Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, you're observing the whole thing as like a scene. It's the entire environment with the people within it, as opposed to you. I'm watching you now.
All I need is the pleasure of your company.
And please share
while
something,
drinking
Yaka.
tea. Any tea will do. I need no extravagant gestures. That small everyday joy is enough for me.
Truly, I am chastened. I see that I have misinterpreted your needs, a blunder most unbecoming. It's a mistake I'll not make again. I swear to you, here and now, I will remain at your side that I might safeguard the small joys of your life.
Very good. I shall expect nothing less. Now, if that is settled, might I ask you to put on a pot of tea?
Certainly. I trust you will not mind if I do not bring out the special leaves, yes?
I think that would be best. Even an ordinary tea is elevated by the everyday joy of these small moments.
That man's on his 4th wife, but meeting his son from his 2nd one like he does every Tuesday. Coming up with a story for everyone. And that girl is a Disney princess for parties on the weekends for extra cash. Today I had a literature class, which I was very excited about. Partially it was great. However, the teacher likes to do this. She asks us a series of questions and makes us write down our answers so we can hand her later questions like, what's a narrative to you? And she asks us directly in class.
Out on patrol? Me and my muscles were hoping you'd show up.
Wait, so you have to write it down?
What'll it be? How hard do you want to go?
And it's already intriguing.
You've got this. Looking good. You've got this. Looking good. Perfect. Looking good. You've got this. Nice.
No! God damn it! I knew as soon as I did it. It's all over now.
Looking good. Perfect. You've got this.
Oh my god.
Keep it up. Nice.
It's so over, bros.
Keep it up. Nice. Keep it up. Great job. I'm so proud.
This makes us write it down, but it's not like a test. They're just conversation questions. She may ask you those questions. She may ask those questions later in the term to have you compare your thoughts over the course. Oh, that's an interesting point. More than just the one-sentence answer. Writing it lets you organize your thoughts better. I couldn't imagine having an entire coherent paragraph solely off the top of my head. That wouldn't be then, and also.
Let's do this again sometime.
That's also a great point. Considering how many of my responses to chat questions are, and also 30-second pause, maybe a half coherent sentence. So that does make sense. Spencer is saving our ass. You sound like me when I try to speak aloud. I pause a lot and trail off. Don't worry, I think you're in good company. As our resident pause and trail off her.
Saline has arrived. This is my chance to shine.
Fram can't even hurt her.
It's okay. I'll win the next one.
What a joy this has been.
Anyway, I just find it very unnecessary when we are talking about the questions anyway, and writing it down takes half the time we have. No, I get the idea for... I'm changing my answer. I understand in terms of gathering your thoughts and helping the class kind of figure out what they want to think about.
I am Etier, a royal knight of Firene.
Because when you're writing, you're forced to come up with something, right? Like, if you write it down, you have to think of an answer, which makes you at least start thinking about the question yourself. I don't pause, but I do repeat myself a lot. I get sidetracked because my brain gets derailed.
Shall we have a cup of tea afterward?
I'll be your partner.
I had to figure out how to conjugate the verb verbally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aw, I lost.
What a joy this has been.
Tenses, 2 XP. Tenses and noun declension and all that type of thing is, I think, easily the most difficult part for me on learning a new language. It'd be quite tiring, but I think it is helpful overall. Can't get sidetracked if you're only on tangents. True. I like the way you think, Twink. This entire stream is just one tangent from whatever I open up the stream with. English needs rules? Yeah, I mean, I think we've talked about it before, right? The English is such an interesting language because of the history of the, like, you know, of the Anglo-Saxon people.
You're always eating the juiciest looking things. My mouth would water if it could.
They're all so good. I wish I could sample some things from your world too.
Can't get sidetracked when your train of thought only has one route and no breaks. See, if like most people have like one, you know, train that goes forward and it's like, you know, this is the rails. Mine has about 46 different tracks and we're drifting along each one of them at all times. Oh, yeah, hold on. Killer Axe. I think it's Emblem of Genealogy. Emblem of Awakening? Was that Lucina's? Oh, well, there we go. Hence the immediate distraction. I have no idea what you're talking about. Stream begun at 8 o'clock. 64 crit.
Make it sparkle.
And then what do you think about
That's clean.
Speed Taker?
Thanks again. See you next time. That area needs work. Such focus. That area needs work. Yes, that's perfect. That area needs work. I admire your work. That area needs work. I admire your work.
Easy. I love how you guessed Awakening and then got corrected. It's Lucina. Like Lucina's not Awakening. I did. I think I did. To be fair, refer to it as the Marth emblem of Awakening, which would be wrong. Any emblem and any weapon is valid. Well, I'm not.
Good. Thank you. You seem to enjoy the work. Why are... It's fine. That's not bad.
Worry not. Sundown is merely throwing out ideas to help Anna become her truest, most barstiest potential. I take no offense to that. Not trying to say you shouldn't use whatever emblems you want and stuff, but it would be pretty funny if she had more than 6 or 50 crit.
That was nice of you. Thank you. And this is
Yeah, we'll get her up. I think what we want to do is we want to level up her rank with Lynn.
You're doing well.
I need to see how much SP she has.
This is relaxing, huh? Not quite. Great work.
And I might just put Speed Taker on her. Or one of the Lynn crit ones. and see how close to 100% crit we can really get her.
How did this ring get so dirty? Excellent work. I'm quite happy with the results. You're rather good at that. That's nice work.
I will clean the ring. It will be spotless.
You're rather... I admire your skill. That's nice work.
Easy. Easy. Byleth, hang out with Citrine. I've actually been really struggling with Citrine's name because of how much Darkest Dungeon I played and how much I made fun of Citrine. Hey, it's going pretty good. How are you? I saw it. So it's funny. Also, hey CT, hope you're doing well.
Buy the books.
I was recording something when you followed and it jump scared me.
Really?
Not in a bad way.
Where does
because
the grind come
OBS played my follow sound alert while I was offline doing something else, and I thought I was live the whole time I had been recording.
That looks nice.
No flying lasagna this time, I hope. No flying lasagna. We managed to keep that away from us. I hope you've been well. If you guys, some people, I don't know how many people would know this off the bat, but if you guys remember my playthrough of Puppy Chef Academy, CT Neptune's the dev of that, I believe, if I have this correct. But yes, welcome to a blind playthrough of Engage as we go through every single Fire Emblem game. So what? Let's check out what we can do to this axe. Thought I'd drop in and say hey and thanks. No problem, no problem. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And it's great seeing you here. So this would give her 105 hit, which I think we need. I don't think we can survive with 65. You remember the clips from the first month? That was a moment while I'm watching that sail away. Yeah, it's even more, but I lose out on 30 hit rate. So my average hit rate would be like 70, which I don't love. So I think we go blazing for now. We'll swap the Killer Lance to have Lucina's. So you're now going to get the Emblem of Awakening. Beautiful. And then... 35 steel. I think solely for the meme we do it. And because it only costs 1 silver. Hey Luna, how you doing? Fine. Killer Axe. Plus 5. That puts us up at 60.
I'll be here.
And then if we go check out what we can get from Lynn's extra crit rate. Let's see how far we can push this. Lady Anna. Lynn, or perhaps, hold on. Anna might also benefit from the lowest level core and HP plus 7. Considering she's kind of HP tanking. I'm in the wrong menus. How's this one? Last FE game I played was Awakening, and the others didn't really grab my attention. This one's pretty good. I think this one excels the more Fire Emblems you've played. It's obviously like an anniversary game where you have a lot of the characters from the different entries. And some really cool things done with that. And so it's one of those ones that if you've played like a lot of the old Fire Emblem games, it's like a super cool way of seeing your favorite characters again. As well as new ones. So I'm liking it quite a bit. I think I really enjoy the GBA ones the best. With the SNES ones in terms of the entire franchise. But Switch has done some really cool and interesting things. I feel like Awakening, you would probably like Fates the most, though. That's probably true. Was there a reason you did Blazing? Yes, Sundown. I lose out on 30 hit rate, which Anna needs the 30 hit rate. So these are all extra hits. I'm using a bow. Mentorship, the whole 1.2 XP thing, yeah. What I would like... It's only 250 SP. What I wouldn't mind getting is luck plus 6. Maybe mentorship as well. What does luck even do? Has various effects, including lowering the risk of enemy criticals. Oh, that's not fun. We need more dex then. Also, Fates really perfected Awakening's gameplay, so I love it. Fates is a fantastic game, gameplay-wise. It's an interesting game, story-wise. Yeah, I don't want to spend 1,000 SP for 4 decks. What I might do... Maybe I take Divine Pulse and Mentorship off of Byleth. And by maybe, I mean that's what I'm doing. I'd pick up Fates, but I'd really have to be in an FE mood. I already have Echoes sitting on my shelf, and it's unopened. Can't even remember when I got it, so I really should play that first. Echoes is also a very good game. Echo's soundtrack. Well, okay. All of the soundtracks are incredible.
Wanna win next time?
But the
Have I
Echo
got
soundtrack is
just the
very
thing
good.
for you. How goes it, Professor? Anything I can do for you?
You look smaller than when I last met you.
Oh, no. I just came to see if you were someone I knew once.
All right. Inherit skills. Mentorship. And divine. 30%. Chance increases with high luck. Ooh. We're gonna have the Ike one on us. So maybe we grab HP plus 7. Speed Taker is just so good. Hold on to it for now. And I will remember to actually equip my skills. Yeah, I mean 1.2 HP or XP for that unit and adjacent. Yeah, sure, why not? We'll take it. Why not?
Welcome.
Hey, Boucheron, can you not poison me? Jean and Clan. Capable, expert omelet maker. The rare fruit in it.
Let's try not to waste nature's bounty. Thanks for letting us use you ingredients.
Tried the GBA games and Shadow Dragon, but that fell off for me
I think
early,
it turned
unfortunately.
out pretty okay.
I think it's the permadeath that did me in.
Tasty.
Stresses me out too much. Well, you're about to get the advertisement for one of the ones that has a less punishing system to it. I really like the GBA ones. Shadow Dragon for me is Shadow Dragon, in my opinion, is one of the most aggressively mediocre entries in any series I've ever played. Everything about it is just okay or a little less than okay. It was definitely not their best work. But I get that about that.
That's good. Can I have seconds?
Just quick save every turn. The what is it? The Switch has the action. Is it action replay or is that the GBA cheat system? I can never remember. I know the Switch lets you go back in time on the old consoles. Sounds like someone's coming in. But then again, I come from morning.
Lady Anna's here to wake you up bright and early. Still snoozing, huh?
That's me.
Say, if you're weak to mornings, does that make you strong against nights? And if nights are weak to you, does that make them strong against mornings?
A new triangle.
There's a triangle here. I can feel it.
Ah. I can almost predict Anna's lines. I love it. Hey, Anna.
Hey, Divine One. If you need some effectiveness against morning, I'd recommend trying the special weapon of early bedtime. Good luck.
Oh, and there are the recommendations. Hey, Peter, how are you? I was about to say, Yoshi, is Lady Anna one of your favorites? And then you should try Echoes since it's already owned by you, but most of the older games are built around the permanent mechanics, so if it stresses you out too much, you can just carry onwards with the losses. But I always love to recommend EFE4. There's another save function that lets you save every... Yeah, there it is. I've been good, been lurking, but whatever that was caught my eye. That was the wake up to a random character mechanic that Engage has. I've been doing pretty good, I can't complain. I cannot complain at all. About to hear what I hope is an awesome remix of one of my favorite soundtracks in the entire franchise. As we travel to finally do Byleth's chapter. I never thought waking up to people was something lewd, but Engage has enlightened me. Lady Anne was not one of my favorites in this game, but I did not really have her join in battle, but I always like every Anna. That's fair. I can't blame you for that. But here, your stream might be the only exposure to Fire Emblem games. My only exposure to Fire Emblem games, there's so many of them. They all have their strengths and weaknesses. It is a great series overall. For me, it's really relaxing because again, I was saying this thought earlier and I got sidetracked like I always do. I come from XCOM, and XCOM is the game I play when I'm like, yeah, let's get stressed out. Let's really get me sweating while I'm playing video games. Oh my god. Strike that off the bingo card. I know that's already on it. We need to do an XCOM playthrough on this stream. And I'm not talking about the new ones. I'm talking, let's do some fucking... Yeah. XCOM UFO defense, baby! Terror from the deep! Look at this! Oh my god, one of the greatest games ever made! It's so good! You say that at least thrice a month, it'll keep going up. I will not stop. I see you like your turn-based strat games. Any Advanced Wars in there? I've not played Advanced Wars. I do plan on playing some. There's a lot of tactics games I want to try out and see what I like. Oh yeah, baby! See, the nice thing about XCOM, the old ones, is they go on sale for 99 cents. And I've gotten over 50 hours out of both of them. What are these? I'm enlightened to know they exist. They are XCOM UFO Defense and XCOM Terror from the Deep, the original XCOM games.
What is that? In the back there. Is that a throne?
Hey, I'll be getting that throne gold soon.
This resembles the Holy Tomb. That's a place from my world.
What is the Holy Tomb?
It's where the goddess Sothis sleeps. For the Church of Seros, this is the holiest place of all. To ensure the safety of the tomb, a monastery was built atop it.
Okay. So, why is it here?
Only a very few know the legend of Saint Seros in the Holy Tomb. Saint Seros received power and revelation from the goddess, and with it, a sacred duty. She was to save the people of Fodlan, and use her power wisely in order to lead them. Perhaps it's inevitable that we'd be guided here.
Why do you say that?
If the bond between us is to further strengthen, then you must face a trial here.
I see. And you want me to fight you, Byleth?
Show me whether you can wisely use the power you've gained on your journey so far.
Understood.
Shay looks like... Oh, he's the Colgate Lord.
In your eyes, I see no hesitation. Good. Ready yourself.
Pepsi Man himself, come to life.
Ready. And I won't hold anything back.
Brush us, Emblem of Black Control. Why? You know, there's a lot of really unique character design in this game. A lot of it's over the top. I think they just said, fuck it. Crank everything to 11. And I'm here for it. Pilot speaking is very jarring, yeah. You have your next 500k. This was just a remake on Switch. Advance Wars is not my first choice to redeem, just saying it's a travesty. Straight to the remakes, play the original. If better than the remake, the only real reason to play is to support Nintendo making more Advance Wars games. Fair enough. Did you know Uchikoshi's first job in game design was making models for Pepsi Man PS2? I keep forgetting that that was an actual game. Crystal impassable, but they all have life bars? I got you, Twink. This time I got you. Start a prediction. Para. Alright, guys. If you wish to gamble points, now is the time to do so. We bet on whether or not I can beat the chapter without using the redo system. Giant lizard. Violet. Oh, interesting. All of these... Oh. Oh, this is supposed to be Claude, Edelgard, and Dimitri. I was about to say, why does he have other people with extra hit bars? Where's Rhea? Two XP away from a level up. Oh man. You come here. Swap. Thundertome, Thundertome, Thundertome. Rhea isn't here. Oh boy. Pathetic. All right. I think we just start after I check everyone's inventory to make sure that their inventories are set up correctly. No, you're fine. Okay. Save. And let us begin.
To win the fight, Keep your eyes wide. Always know where your enemies are.
Thanks. Why do you number the chapters in your predictions but not the side chapters?
Those things scattered around the battlefield?
Because the side chapters come up with a name instead of the chapter number, so I don't know exactly what number they are immediately off the top of my head, as opposed to the chapters where they give me a nice number.
Those are my targets, and I will destroy them, unless you can prevent me from doing so.
I'll guard them well.
Stop Violet from destroying the crystals. You will earn rewards depending on how many crystals you can protect. Oh, God. Let me see. They did. I missed it too. Even announced it. We can redo it. Soy would have to make the call. We can. There you go. Hey, Soy. Nope. Someone voted for option 2. There are 10 points snuck in on option 2. All right, here we go. Refunding to everyone. Option 2 says redo as well. Instant. I got that. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-ba-da-da-da. Oh, I need to hear the battle theme so bad.
Let's go.
Whatever you ask.
All right.
That's fine. I want you to come attack me.
I'll do my best.
Wouldn't miss it. Grant me strength and victory.
Okay, Noble Rapier. If I get hit, we'll heal. I'm kidding. I knew we broke.
I cannot lose.
Hope you ate food. I did. Felt much better. I'm glad to hear that. Please eat regularly. Your health is important. Thanks. I believe in you. Yaka, your bet says otherwise. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Prank. Prank. Tish and Vala, I eat regularly. I don't know why you're trying to get me in trouble. I eat very regularly. I probably eat too regularly. It's okay, that was the joke. Oh, excellent. Hello, way. One more time.
I'm sorry.
Quick change.
His issue is nuts.
Time to open up shop.
Power blooms in me.
Thank you, thank you. I'm glad we're all keeping track. Ba, ba. I hope it lasts very long. That's the plan. Hey, don't break those. Hey, don't break those. Hey, don't break those. Hey, stop breaking those. Alright, Mr. Return the Lurk was doing things, but I saw a prediction, almost got away with being... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take you out of your lurk. Thank you for allowing everyone to vote. 61% critical? Nope.
From me to you.
I will not forget your loss.
You know, good level up. I'm not. So the original version of this song is so good that I honestly don't know how I feel about this rendition of it right now. It's not bad.
I'm sorry.
It's just that the original one is so good. Speed's good. It is one thing turning the sound font of a much older console into fully orchestrated, but yeah. They definitely, I mean, obviously they had to do something in order to differentiate it. I think I get that. I dig how the music shifts into a more metal rendition as you start combat. The music of this entire franchise is incredible, but Engage does an absolutely stunning job throughout in all regards when it comes to the music design of this whole game. It's just so good. Go ahead and wait there with Liberation. You really gonna excuse that just because she's Yunaka? I've excused that for characters all through the game. Yunaka is not my favorite. My favorite is Chloe. I will excuse every Chloe level. I will excuse every Alfred level.
Our bonds give me strength.
Yunaka will grow into her role. Please stop that. Twink. It's all physical attack. No, it's not. What's PN attack? Penetrating attack. Not affected by defense or res. What the fuck? Ba da da da, ba ba da da, ba ba da da, ba da.
I've made my choice.
Nice. Don't use that guy. Send me yours so I will have 2 of them. Trade you any of the female character because besides Tamara, she's a beast. I think it was said earlier, but Tamara is just spear bars. And I am so fucking here for it. Yeah, the other FE characters kind of take the role of like a Stan. If you compare it to JoJo's, they're rings that make them more powerful, and they can merge with them and gain a whole bunch of abilities. She got strength. So some of the characters have like major rings, and that's when you see the outlines. And some of the characters have minor rings, and those are usually like those are the characters that aren't the major rings that the game decided to bring along from whatever entry it is. Some of them are major characters in the game, some of them aren't.
There is no escape.
Get him, Ivy. Oh. Oh. Keep it up. Good here. I don't think Bonded Shield's gonna help me. The longbow. I just realized that I don't have the means or a ring on me because my ring is currently standing as my enemy. 26%, by the way. Not zero. Not zero. Not even close to zero. 26 away. Imagine training your whole life for this battle and getting schwacked by a child because some roided out dude with a giant sword appears from a ring. As Sundown said, yeah, it's kind of one of the reasons that they're so feared, because that's a terrifying prospect. It's an absolutely terrifying prospect. Come here. I want you to engage. 34% crit chance with a regular hand axe. I love Wrath. Or whatever you want to call this form of Wrath. Alright, before I heal...
I'll manage.
Yeah, you say that. Damn, you attack back? It's almost like it's a literal fucking dragon. Missing that rapier right about now. You got this. You know it's gonna go. Oh, you know what I could do?
It's just like my fairy tales.
Oh yeah. Astra Storm. So you do 28 with Astra Storm. How much do you do with El Thunder? 21, that's not 28. Can you kill this guy? And with that, it is all come together. My third eye is opened. Come here. Engage. Just like in my Japanese animes. I should replay Metal Gear Solid. I am so excited to play Metal Gear for the first time. Hopefully at the end of this year.
As if I'd lose.
Psycho Mantis. I just want to get the memes. I just want to understand the memes. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. So you know what's not coming together? My ability to use 1/10 of my brain for any amount of time. It's only a 33. That's basically 100. They're the DNA of the soul. What else is there to get? Which one are you playing first?
Everyone's safe.
Probably just starting a Metal Gear Solid, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. Playing them straight through in order. That's usually how I do things here. Start at the oldest game, continue to the newer ones. Can I ask you a fun question not related to context? Yeah, go for it. No, Yaka. Actually, I'm a very serious stream that I don't like getting derailed. And so, you know, other people bringing up topics of conversation, I can't be having that. I'm sorry. But I appreciate you asking. What is it? Distraction. Unironically me when I stream. It's gotta be Singapore thought. Well, all right, bye. I think we just have to do this.
Rest now.
So if you could have any character in the series to have a major emblem ring, who would it be? Barst. I guess Barst is you predicted my line of thought. But maybe someone else. Ooh, I have two answers, both of them. Well, one of them I think is a little more obvious. I think both of them are probably obvious, but I think they're a little less known. Is I would love to have Brighton. And I would love to have Ninian. Can I guess what your answer would be? Would it be Rhea? Sweet, that's a good plan. I know some people start with Twin Snakes because the PS1 version was dated and dropped it because of TS. Oh, no. So technically with this game, with this series, we played remakes instead of originals. And I really wish I didn't do that. But I wouldn't have known not to do that without having played all of the games, right? If that makes sense. And so in the future, I try to do originals in any way I can before I mess around with the remakes. Let's say I want that gentle flower bonus. Trade Vaughn. Wait. Can you like a Biggie Small ring? That. You got what I need. I don't know why. Whenever I think of him, I think of that scene from Saints Row 4 where the characters are all singing that song. Another fantastic game. I wish I could play again for the first time. Everyone who has been here for more than one day of the last 204 would have predicted bars. Yeah. My number one would be Ninian, where you become a dragon form. Two would be Rhea, where the same thing happens. So yes, but also same brain cell. It's Bismarcky, I know. I don't know why I get them mixed up. But whenever I think of it, that's just immediately who my brain goes to, is that fucking scene. We're one tile away. Draw doubles. Wait here. Who can attack you here? The whole slew of enemy units. Jeez. 28 magic and elf thunder tomes too, huh? I guess I could do this. You have 9 res. No, it wouldn't work. Because you need to have 19 health left, and I'd have to be able to kill one of them. Can we more? No, well, you have 19 health left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, they could attack that crystal, like they have been the entire map, or for the first time, they could go, you know what? We're gonna absolutely, like, Exodia obliterate this guy. 4, 5, and then I could 3 away. Then I'd have to do lethal on both these guys, and I can't without using him. So if I come here, they're going to attack the crystal.
Bye-bye now. Okay, who's next?
I've offered up every opportunity for them to attack something else, and they've attacked the crystal. They're going to attack the crystal. Unless I were to block them like this. Ah! If I go there, I can put Ivy here. You'll take 2 hits at 16 damage and 16 damage, and you'll take lethal. Oh, but I could heal you, and then you would not take double lethal damage. Thanks to the fact that it's a healer I'm moving, and I don't have a plan to move with her yet. All right, do that.
I won't miss. I'm still alive? Huh.
Good work. Come here, staff, mend. Staff, mend, heal. Thanks to that 4 we have not met. All the rings and I am wearing, that's fair. All right, I see. Oh, our favorite cooking stream just went live, and the little message in the top right corner of the window that pops up is Mama will fix it. Did Hack go live with Cooking Mama? He mentioned yesterday when he rated me that
You were beautiful while
he
you
spent
lasted.
like 50 minutes cutting lettuce yesterday. Buttons, hello? $29, 14 speed. You know, Anna's speed is like starting to increase rapidly. She also has 16 res right now. These are Elf Undertones. $22, 7 plus 7 is 14. I heal back. Yeah, do it. This gives me plus 5. Yeah, we're good.
Here goes.
Okay. This is the same person who spent 5 hours marking each tile individually. Yes, I can see him cutting lettuce for that long. He is extraordinarily meticulous when he plays games. It is one of his finest attributes. I couldn't do it. Not the level he does it. It's crazy. I'm here for it. Level 15, Ragnell, 2-range sword weapon, Night Knight. Attack. If I get 1 crit, I don't take any damage. Otherwise, I still have health left.
Excuse me. Next one's mine. Do you mind? Save one for me.
Nope. All right, Jean. Please come deal with our dragon issues.
Is it strange that I'm fighting?
No, you're doing fine. You're doing great. You're being very kind. I appreciate that. Good dodge. I'm having Saline do most of the setting up attacks on people. Guys, the crit number's almost 3 digits. I'm glad you can count, so am I.
One straight, have fun. You'll get no sympathy from me.
It's begun. Barst has awoken.
Come and get it.
I have so many clips of people having trouble counting, getting from 1 to 2. It's especially hard for some. Oh man. It's always the worst when you just count something completely wrong and you're going through thinking, yeah, you're fine.
For Brodia.
Oh, we're getting so many crits now. And then you get reminded that 10 plus 8 is not 28, and now you're screwed. He has 28 defense. My guy.
You have my respect.
Nice. Res and strength. Learn Sandstorm. That clip is the best moment, hands down. The pained laugh she makes is... Oh, don't worry. We're not going to let her stay pained laughing. It was just absolutely, in my opinion, the correct order to have her attack first to allow me to be more forward on my push.
I'm getting hungry.
Man. What was he even trying? What was Picaro even trying to do? Where he was struggling to get from 1 to 2. I remember, like... Oh, Ivy. It's okay. I'll forgive you because you're Ivy.
Let's do this.
I remember him just, like, leaving for a little bit and him just absolutely struggling when I came back with something. Not as much as he was struggling. What was the British joke he made where he was just out of commission for a few minutes? Oh, propaganda. Propaganda? Oh, isn't that when a British person gets a good look at something and then he just couldn't do it? The pain laugh that Tamara makes? No, I got you. Dude, I got you. Maybe I gotta boost my mic volume again. I said it was really sad, but there was that one? Critical burst I got. Oh, Dance for Us, Emblem of Arcadia for Ninian, and Pray with Us, Emblem of Sainthood. Ah, yes, I missed that. I did miss that one. I'll give you that.
A slight setback.
That one on me. 17, 11, you have 21 speed. Just 4 more. What am I doing? Just use the axe. There we go. But yeah, I am curious. What? Oh shit.
Be mindful.
Hello there. Whoa, excuse me, controller. Now that was drift. That was absolutely drift. We have a problem. I wasn't paying attention to what stabs they were using.
I'm listening.
Yeah, they appear to really want to destroy the gems. I think it's also because I'm on normal. But the gems don't fight back and they have HP bars. So I believe that they're like pretty single-mindedly focused on that. 57 physical attack. Let me just go back up. Daddy needs a brand new pair of points. He was counting something, but he did not make it very clear to us, and then he paused after one, and someone, I think Yosh, asked one what, and he did not know what he even counted anymore, so I do not think we figured it out. But still, the confusion that even he did not know why he counted to one and then stopped before he got to two was wonderful. That's what it was. That's what it was. I feel like I just have to take I'm just gonna hope they really want that crystal. I'm gonna give him the crystal.
Loathsome.
I'm gonna take out the only regular unit.
Proper end.
Clear the way. One can only hope. Oh yeah. One can only hope. You forgot to shout the slogan for Chloe's levels. My slogan for Chloe's levels? Still better than she does? Wait, which slogan is it? Oh. Defense! Oh, right. Yes. I was about to say, I shout many different levels or slogans for what she does. She has been doing excellent work.
Here.
Win with Chloe, I did that too. Greatest pair I did for my run. Nice. You have excellent taste. Thank you for the drink. Drink some water. You finish the rest of it. Hey, Benmir. And welcome on into a blind first playthrough. Yes. Hit on us, emblem of harassment. I am very curious how different Sylvain ends up being in not English, considering that it's supposed to be a bad translation that makes him the way he is. Hydration. Don't warp the warp staff user? Excuse me? Rude. Why would you not warp the warp staff user?
Protect everyone. I'm sorry.
Because it makes it more complicated for me. Rude. You get a break on this. Get rid of the flyer. Let's have someone who I can guarantee the hit on. Get rid of the flyer. Well, you could use the levels. What's the other guy they're gonna do? Warp me again?
That must have hurt.
That'd be a hilarious use for the warp staff. Okay. If you could just warp enemies away. I don't want to deal with you this turn. Go across the map. $28. Oh, shit, he's got extra weapons. Magical sword? Oh dear. We're gonna do a little thing called running away. One of my top 10 favorite strategies. Oh no. Oh no. This is about to get interesting. won't warp Byleth, you know? If I give them someone to attack. Perhaps.
You're dead.
Oh.
Another kill for me.
Hey there. I know you want to fight. Yeah. What's your speed? 24? With 28 physical attack? Come here. Trade Anna. Get rid of Polyax. This one's so old. Well, Mr. Neptune, I do believe that our plan must require us to get the hell out of this county. We must make enough money to escape this tomb so we can go plant bananas on Tahiti. I do declare, Mr. Morgan, that I am tired of you. No, I am so happy to see him do that. That's an old... that's like a legacy channel point reward from when I played Red Dead Redemption 2. And I just like mimicking Dutch's accent.
You got it.
Hello? Goodbye. Okay, not quite goodbye. We'll hold on. Goodbye.
From me to you.
No, our plan right now is really just to kite Byleth into our large group of enemies. It'll be good. This is definitely a request. Or yeah. If you haven't played Red Dead Redemption, you're just gonna think I'm absolutely insane. Yeah, it's about... that's about the long and short of it. I should retire it. I always forget to do stuff like that. Retire the game-specific channel point rewards. We had that Valkyria Chronicles one for ages. Used to actually explain, or used it to explain the plan, but in the accent. Yeah, when we played, I think, what was it?
I'll apologize later.
Some of the older FE games, I had a lot of, so what's the plan for this level? And we were playing it alongside Red Dead, where one of the, really? One of the main characters would talk about a plan every single moment they had.
Emblem, engage!
Who started at least 3 times and never finished. I hope that one day you are able to play it, because I absolutely think it is just... I'm not a big Rockstar Games fan. I've never really played GTA or any of those. But I'll tell you what. Red Dead Redemption's in a fucking league of its own.
Me first!
You can also request the La Rochelle accent.
What?
I forgot I allowed for that, Oh my gosh. Who would have known? It was the... oh yeah, the start of the French.
Alrighty.
I miss Corrin having the worst, thickest French accent I could muster myself doing. Wow, you can't do that to La Rochelle. She is just a simple French woman who likes her pastries. This was brought about by everyone speaking that I did not pronounce the name correctly. And now I must, of course, use the proper inflections.
Let's be careful.
I.e. piss off the entire nation of France and all of Quebec in the most beautiful, beautiful way I possibly can. It was the best outcome, I must agree. One cannot describe the simple delights of using such an accent. I don't really want to finish battle yet because I want to let this song kind of go through now that the boss theme is going.
I'm still alive? Huh.
Have I made an oopsie? I think we might have fucked up. Yeah, we fucked up. Oh no, I didn't fuck up. Oh, I don't make mistakes. Never mind. I don't make mistakes.
Thank you.
I can also... Well, I can't give up a crystal. I don't have a crystal. You should absolutely engage. And then there is no reason not to kill her, Lance. Well, unless we miss.
I don't do mercy.
We didn't miss.
I cannot lose.
The only way it can hit me is with a magical weapon. If I'm to understand what's going on correctly. Nope, Sword of the Creator is physical. $28. You would do lethal. Now, he wouldn't take lethal. Unless... 28 physical attack. $15 defense. I take it twice. HP of 30. And in between his first and his second attack, I get a chance to finish him off. All right.
I'll help.
Just like we did on the one boss. Now I don't get a chance to finish him off. Why do I even sit here and bother making a whole ass strategy for people to, like, who can attack, who can't attack, what's safe, what's not, just for him to run his ass away? My man is fleeing right now.
Whatever you ask. Emblem, engage!
Hunt him down.
Now I have you.
I have nothing left to teach.
Defense! Sure taught him a lesson. Sure did. Amazing job! You protected an incredible amount of crystals. You received a talisman and an elixir as a reward from Byleth. What can I say? Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
I managed to win. Somehow.
Why even pretending to break a sweat? That was easy.
Well done.
Easy.
Your fighting was magnificent. The trial is past.
I learned so much battling you.
Show them the school of hard knocks.
Thank you. But your skills were quite strong even before we met.
Still, you've taught me so many things. You're an excellent teacher, Byleth.
And that's kind of you to say, though it helps that you have such raw skill already. All I need do is listen and give a little nudge to those embarking on a path.
He's getting closer and closer to his promotion.
Your success here is the direct result of all the choices you've made before today.
I've always understood that one choice leads to another, but I'm worried what might happen if I ever make the wrong choice.
You needn't worry at all. By passing this trial, you've shown the truth of who you are. And you have your allies to set you right, should you ever begin to stray. Remember, I will always be by your side as well. To the very end.
Thank you. I'll continue on my path, trusting my allies to help me along the way.
You've clearly learned all you need to here. Shall we continue on our journey?
Cool. Max Bond level unlocked. Back up here. Save it for that one. There are two important things we will be doing before I wrap up for the night. The one is critically important, and the other one is promoting Saline. Oh, we got to give Spencer head pats. There's no way I can rest without doing so. What a pretty place this is, and seeing you here, Define One, makes it all the more pretty.
Not bad.
Your command was flawless, as was your team coordination. I've learned much from this battle.
Oh, okay.
Wow, look at this place. I'm glad I got a chance to check out the things I missed while fighting. I wonder what kind of crops they grow here. Oh, Divine One, I was just patrolling the area.
Yes.
I think I may have been useful in that battle. Should I praise myself? I suppose I can try. Yes, Alchrist! Gaining confidence? I should take care not to stray far from the group, or I'll lose my bearings for sure. I know just who'd look right at home against this background. Oh, it'd be so lovely. No matter what kind of place this used to be, you standing here now makes it a holy place.
Yeah.
It's not every day that we get to see places like this. I'm gonna take a good long look. I took out more enemies than usual, but now I'm so wiped out I don't have energy to sing.
Yep.
I took the liberty of scouting our perimeter for ambushes, Divine One. We are good to go. I saw something interesting off in the distance. I'm gonna go check it out until we leave.
Right.
Isn't this place beautiful, Divine One? But there are a ton of local legends hiding around here.
Yes.
I've beaten a lot of enemies now. I'm supposed to do no harm. What choice do I have?
Pardon me?
Do you suppose there are any grapevines here? I've been hoping to run across some rare ones.
Consider this.
Bit by bit, I grow stronger in the hope that I can be of service to you.
Wow.
This place is pretty. I wouldn't mind coming back for a visit after the war's over.
Indeed.
It's only natural to get stronger with experience. I can only hope I can continue to be of use to you.
Now then.
Facing strong opponents always leaves me invigorated. This was quite mesmerizing. Pretty spot on, eh? We're not here to have fun, I know, but it can't hurt to enjoy the view. Cool. Yes, I too wonder what crops grow on these stone tiles. Yeah, in this underground fucking sanctuary we're in. You're finally promoting Jean. You're promoting him, right? Yeah, we're promoting him eventually. The one zombies eat. No wonder Anna did so well in this battle. She's been here, but where did her French accent go? Does this imply that the French accent was picked up between her being small Anna? Oh my god, he's so precious. No, don't be sad. No more chicken for you. Hold on here. I'll get you something you like. Here's an apple. I know you'll like this. Here you go. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. The most important character in the game right here. He's so happy. Oh my god. His ears are so floppy. Oh my god. I love him so much. If you say the word, I'll destroy Ilios, Spencer. I know you won't, but just let me know. Oh. Before I forget, tomorrow.
Violet,
Re-equip that ring. Then Saline. Change class. Buy a Master Seal first.
Welcome.
Might as well buy 3. One, two,
I thank you.
3.
Do come again.
Saline. Change class. B rank swords, A rank tomes, and B rank staveves. It's a pretty good amount of weapons you're able to use. There is power budding in me. I will work diligently to help it bloom. Good work. And then just... we're 5 levels off. If a unit initiates combat with a tome, grants attack equal to the number of adjacent allies with tomes. That skill's not gonna be that great for him. But should be all right. Actually, we use a lot of... no, I lied. We used 4 mages. What am I talking about? That would be great. Ooh. Thank you for streaming, of course. Allows me to become Mage Knight and High Priest with the right proficiencies. That's also fair. But anyways, it is a little past when I usually end up streaming anyway, so I think it is time we wrap up. I'm gonna cash out my winnings and head out for the night and I shine with you and yeah, no problem. No problem. Thank you for making good games. Thanks for being here. Enjoy your winnings, and I hope to see you around. Let me get this all up. A little bit of Yakuza music. Anyways, thank you all for being here. I hope you had a good time. I know I did. I will be streaming again tomorrow. And then on Saturday, I will be starting 2 hours early with Dragon Age. And then I'll be taking a decent hiatus, about 2 weeks, where the regular schedule will not be occurring. And we'll have 2 streams during those 2 weeks. One of them Cooking Mama, one of them some RPG Maker game. Saturday, I will release trivia question number 3. Anything else I'm thinking of? Nothing comes to mind. A few links real quick, obviously. If you haven't already, hey, consider following. That's a cool thing you can do. Discord links right there. If you ever want to hang out, it's pretty active. I like to be active in it. YouTube with both VODs and edited content. And finally, I'm in a band. Check us out. For a raid, I'd raid Critias, but he's currently playing through a game that I haven't played yet that I want to play, so we're gonna raid Hat Function, who is playing Cooking Mama. You guys have the emotes, use them, all that good stuff. Just Mage Knight. High Priest is when you come from Monk. Thank you for the fish. Glad you won. Hope you all have a great rest of your days. You as well, Yoshi. Everyone, have a wonderful rest of your day, night, afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it may be. Stay safe, stay healthy. I hope to see you all again soon. Peace out.